hate when like people like think everything's about them, or like, oh, this must be about me. And then when people are like, everyone else is self-projecting, it's like there's no in the middle. Like there's no in between. Well, there is, but like most people are like way on one side or like way on the other. It doesn't affect me though. So many people are like affected by like environmental factors. It's like fucking find yourself. God damn. Is the stream not even working? And this is turning on. So I don't know, I made like a JavaScript engine like 9 years ago. And it took like 2 years to make. Because Chrome V8 sucks. And I pushed it to the limit. And instead of rewriting code, I made a JavaScript engine. And I gotta sell it. And is this started yet? It's still starting up. I'd rather use this computer. So like, when I say made like a JavaScript engine, I mean like I'm not making JavaScript in JavaScript. I'm making like assembly because C language sucks. I can't rely on C language. The speed is terrible. So I had to like go all the way down to assembly language. So I'm making the assembler that makes it whatever. Alright, so like I changed the stream to like how to make a parser because technically speaking, it's I guess not a compiler. What I'm gonna make or whatever. This computer is so laggy, what the hell? So like JavaScript. To sell a JavaScript engine, I need to I gotta package the engine in a way I can sell it. Because Google Chrome V8 is terribly slow and it's not secure. It is a pathetic piece of garbage. My engine is like freaking way faster. And like I don't know, whatever. But I gotta sell the engine. And I don't plan to sell it to Google, but I might at some point. I don't know, it depends. But like basically, JavaScript, there's like a whole bunch of layers. I'll ask chatbot. And this is sideways, I still gotta fix it. I'll get to that someday. My phone was stuck in a boot loop for like 5 fucking hours. It just would not turn on, just freaking reboot. I'm not gonna fix this too. Whatever. So like, oh great, the text-to-speech is not working. That's cool, I gotta fix that too. Alright, so the web browser has how many layers? Like the parser layer, then what layers under it? To make the JavaScript engine process the JavaScript files that are of the JavaScript syntax. It says browser does not equal simple stack. No, yes it is. It's simple as hell. That's why it's so slow. This is core flow network. That, you know what? This is really annoying. This is lexer tokens parser, whatever fuck tree. Interpreter compiler run code. Alright, so I guess somewhere in this area of JavaScript whatever is where my engine would fit. So I also need to finish the game engine I started, or finish setting up getting that started, because I got these simple quads, and I need to load Shrek on there still, or like not just Shrek, just whatever. I made Shrek in Blender. You know, I want to like run that or get on the video card. Because these quads are very boring. Just like, this is boring. I want to get Shrek on here. Because I wasted time making Shrek. So I want to load it on there already. So I need a parser. So I'm gonna try to make like a generic parser. because when I sell the JavaScript engine, I want to sell the engine, but I need the engine to be secure. Unlike Chrome V8, because it's not secure. Chrome V8 actually seems like a joke. Where did... oh, here it is. Man, make something full screen, and then everything else gets stuck. Because like Linux doesn't sort out between just whatever. This is so annoying. So like I want to get Shrek on the GPU because I made that whatever. I wasted time making it. I was gonna make all of Shrek, but that's a waste of time. It takes way too long. I don't have the attention span. So I want to get that loaded up. Oh, I gotta fix that bug. Man. It happens more often now. Fatal error, somehow it manages to slip through with GC version 2, GC epoch time scheduler elapsed count. And it's 0, must always be non-zero. It only happened one time when checking, rewrite later. It's happening all the time now. So I had to freaking fix it now. But this is boring. I want to get Shrek loaded on to GPU. I want to be done with this. But I have to make these nodes. And these nodes are very complicated. Because I'm making like a next gen game engine, I guess. Unity and Unreal game engine. They're actually pretty good, but they're not the best. So to be the best, I gotta fucking make this like super optimized. Alright, so that's the game engine though. My main goal is to finish a JavaScript engine. And I gotta like sell the JavaScript engine. So what I need is a parser. So I want a parser that will cover the game engine and the JavaScript engine. Oh, this is so laggy. This is not even usable. Oh my god, it's not working. Alright. I need a parser. Okay. And the JavaScript engine, that needs to be secure. So I need to separate the parser from the engine. So if this is like the parser layer, and this is the engine, this is just not drawing. I need the parser layer to send data in. And I want to get whatever out. So I need to make like an in-between layer. I have like a table. This is just really not working. is just not drawing. It's freaking laggy as fuck. I cannot stand it. This is not bearable. Fucking make a 90-degree fucking corner, you piece of crap software. So in between these two, God, this is shit. This software is absolute trash. Why is it so laggy? So Google Chrome, whatever. I need a parser that I can make public. Like, it doesn't matter if you see the code, and it doesn't have to be the fastest, because Chrome right now, they already have a parser. So I need my engine to be able to like slip in between, underneath the parser, because I can't sell it and be like, oh, you have to use my parser. That'd be dumb. So I need to set it up kind of like the Vulkan API, where there's a bunch of like, not descriptors, but like a structured format to pass in after it's parsed what goes into the engine, the JavaScript engine. Because like Chrome already has an inspector and stuff. So that way, Google Chrome, they can use all their same old shit, because this is absolute shit. And they can parse with their parser and then pass all that into my engine. Or whatever. And then that's how I'd sell my engine. Or how it'd be packaged to be sold. So that layer on top, the parser part, this seriously could not be more laggy. So that parser part, if I delete all this, because there's like a bunch of like layers to this. I swear to cheese, if this does not work, just freaking stop lagging. What the hell? Alright, so if this is my parser, or whatever, I'm also making a game engine. I wanted to just explain this and be done. I don't want to sit here and wait for this freaking program to lag. Oh, but it's gonna lag, I guess. It's gonna lag real bad. It's lagging when it's selecting. It's like select. But like clunk, 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 clunk. Oh my god. How did it lose its scaling? I just want to mirror it. You know what? That's close enough. Oh, it's like slowly selecting. Oh my god, it didn't freaking pick that. Alright, so I need a parser, okay? And on this side, I need it for game engine. And it is just so laggy that I'm not even gonna try to make it look right or look better. That's close enough. Alright, that's kind of like a G. That's like game engine, but not really. This program is not even runnable. The performance could not, literally physically could not be any worse than it is right now. This is insanely pathetic performance. Cheese and rice. Alright, so I need a parser for a JavaScript engine, but also for game engine. JavaScript and game engine. So I want to make, or I need to save time. This is really frustrating. Like, I can physically see it calculating the Bezier curve. It is so. And by the time I make the angle, it's like lost track of the corner. And it makes like a fucking like curve. So I need to make a generic parser. So that's what I'm trying to make right now, or today. Man, just work. So I need to make it generic so it works for both. Because for the game engine, wow, that was really not even where I was drawing. I have like an overly complicated node system where I have nodes that hold nodes, except the time scheduling. If a node holds a node, any of the nodes will be updated at that rate. So if you have a node at like 750 times a second, or samples a second, for like audio, for like 900, what is it, 20 hertz or whatever, that's like 700 some samples a second on the computer. So it'd be like this one, the blue bar here. And then if you have like something updating at like 30 or like 60 FPS, whatever, I'm setting up this engine so that things can be at like different time rates but still be synchronized. And then things that only update at 30 update only at 30. And there's no like redundancy or whatever. Because the fastest code is no code. So if I structure it properly, I can remove many of the branches that are like not needed, and have the code like, I don't know, whatever. My goal is to like outperform Unity and Unreal Engine in every single point imaginable. Because like my JavaScript engine is already faster than Chrome. And I don't know. I like to win. And I want to win so big, like fucking landslide. So the nodes in the game engine. I have this, whatever. Did I even switch to the screen? I don't know, whatever. The nodes in the game engine. I'm making like this syntax or whatever. Where I'm putting like the name of the node, but not really the name, more like a description of the node. And then the rate per second that it updates, which is in like relation to like the time scheduler. And then the time. So like start time, retry time, delay time, duration and time. So I need to like figure out exactly how I'm gonna like pack all that in here or structure it. Alright, so parse or whatever. So I have like a ton of things I gotta like get done. And then some things I can show publicly because it doesn't matter. And then I can like talk about whatever. But some things I can't because then people would steal it. Like Sam Altman, when they realize it's worth stealing. When he like takes everyone's shit and he's like, oh, it's fair use. It's in the public domain. Therefore, you can train an AI. Alright, and then like AI. There's this thing called training. You can train a pet squirrel or a squirrel with the clicker. You go click, 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 click. And you can train the squirrel to do stuff, just like you can train a dog. But you can't train a guinea pig. You can train a guinea pig, but it's gonna forget the next fucking day. And you'll be like, shit, I wasted the whole day training this guinea pig. And the next day just forgets. It's like, goddamn. So like, I think you can train a goldfish. Alright, so like, training. Intelligence should involve training. If chatbot or like GPT or AI, if it's pre-trained with a model, it's not AI. It is running off stolen data. Whatever they put in that AI has been straight up stolen, and that's not fair use. And they should have like an ingredients box or like ingredients recipe label. If AI is gonna take everyone's shit for free and then strip away giving credit and say, oh no, it's artificial intelligence. It's not intelligence. It's pre-trained. It doesn't learn as it goes. It's not intelligence. It's designed by idiots. They should have to list every single person, cite them somewhere on their fucking website, and like give credit. And just like fucking Wikipedia, they should fucking list their sources for every fucking thing, so you can ask it and say like, where did you get this from? How do you know that? What's your source? It should say, oh, this is my source. But instead it's like, oh, I can't say that because I've been trained on an AI model. That's unknown at this point. This fucking, yeah, whatever. So I need a parser that I can use for this to convert this into C language. And then also use for JavaScript engine. Because I need a layer for the JavaScript engine, whatever. So I need a generic parser. Alright, so that's what I'm gonna do now. And then training. I think I'm gonna use like the concept kind of training with the generic parser. So I normally make a parser, but it ends up being stuck to the language that it's parsing for. So to keep it generic, I was thinking I'd set up like this, whatever. Oh, this is so fucking laggy. This program actually worked perfectly smooth one day, and now it's just fucking laggy as hell. Oh, is it because Blender's open? Or Steam? But those were closed before I opened it. No, it's still laggy. Alright, so like, to make a generic parser, I'm thinking I'm gonna make like a function, whatever. What is up with the lag? Do I have to like uninstall this and reinstall it? As in make like I guess a class. And then have like opening, closing. Or like I wanna make a class. If then I'm gonna have a container. And I want like a start and an end. This fucking program, I swear to fuck. This is pathetic. So I don't know, like start and closing. If there's like this would be like the starting. And this would be the closing. As example. So I wanna like have like this contained thing relate to like a whole container, and then define the start thing, how to like evaluate the start thing and the close thing, and then have the rules for how and what determines that. God, this is so fucking laggy. I'm not even gonna fucking draw on this thing. So I want the rules to be here. But I also need like the logic that picks exactly what kind of rules to pick for what's being contained. So I want to keep it generic or whatever. Because I have to set it up for like JavaScript and a game engine. And I'm gonna write it, I guess, in like Node.js, and then I'm gonna convert to C later. So I want to keep it simple and not play games with types. So it'll be easier to convert to C later, and then later assembly. So I don't know. Any more water? I guess it's the plan. So I'll try to get this parser done today. And then, oh, training. I want to set it up so like I run it, and then if I hit a spot where it's an error, then I like halt the thing, and I'm like, oh, error. And I like, I add the code or modify whatever this is, or add a new one to the thing. So I want to like, I want to set it up in a way where I can start with the thing, add to the thing, and then end up with like a thing with all these like modules. And then later on, so if I do that for like the game engine now, for these nodes, to parse and pick the parts of this stuff and convert to C. if I do it for this, I want to later on remove all the nodes I made, but swap them out to work for JavaScript. So it'll be like, I don't know. I want to be modular, I guess. Not really training. But I want to run it, so I don't know, whatever. So I don't know, so I'm trying to set up. And then technically, this probably wouldn't be optimal. Because really, the only way to get optimal would be to like hard code it. Because that's how computers run currently. Currently, the computer operating system, whatever, it runs like a fixed binary, and it's a static binary. And as a programmer, you're stuck to this stupid concept of making a single executable that's not modifiable at runtime. And I hate this. This is pathetic. The minor OS sucks. It's a big waste of time. So I'm gonna have to, like, I don't know. The only way to optimize anything is to make your own operating system. And then on that operating system, you optimize things. Because there's no reason to even save literal text. Like the CPU, whatever. When you, like, paging, whatever, when you're accessing memory, behind the scenes, whatever, it's segmented. But not actually. This is like, whatever. How like it's explained, but technically not really. So it's generally explained as like, oh, paging, it's different chunks of memory, and then you get to see them as one big page. So behind the scenes, theoretically, the modern operating system does paging. So instead of having to work with 3 separate chunks, theoretically, the operating system will give you one chunk of whatever size. And then you only have to work with one chunk instead of 3 little ones. Alright. So that means the operating system, if it was a real operating system, it would be able to store a text file, not as plain text. You'd be able to store it as a collection of fragments of pieces of text and then refragment it together to make it look like a text file. But then not really actually store a text file. And then, like I was complaining yesterday, there's like there's this thing called white space. So when you're parsing a file, you gotta ignore the white space. So white space is in between the characters. Alright, so white space involves all these characters. All of them. So typically it's like space, tab, new line, characters return. So that's generally white space. So that's like the space in between here. And you have const, then you have like the name of the label or the variable. This is a 99% case. So here's like all the other cases that are white space. You have a space, a tab, a vertical tab, a form feed, no break space, byte order mark, n quad, m quad, n space, m space, 3 per m space. What are those? Like Unicode, whatever. Alright, so behind the scenes, when you build a program, the compiler has to waste time. It's killing trees. It's wasting electricity, having to check all these individual things and be like, alright, this is white space or it's not. So, like, the modern operating system is an absolute piece of shit. It's pathetic. Especially the security vulnerabilities. It is absolute trash. And that's why I'm like also writing an OS. So I don't know. So all these inefficiencies, let's call them segmentations or whatever. So like currently in the modern OS, what you have to do is write a bunch of if-else's or some code to logically check this shit. But technically speaking, if this was an actual operating system, any of them, Linux, Mac, Apple, all of them, which they aren't because they're not operating systems. They barely even fucking operate, let alone work as a system. If they were actual operating systems, then just like the different formats, or not formats, but like white space characters, if these were white space characters, and this is like flat memory model, the modern operating system, if it was an actual system of operations or whatever that actually worked, it would say, oh, look at all these characters. Alright, those are white space. So let's present it as white space based on how you're accessing it. And then have it look one way when actually behind the scenes it's stored more efficiently. Because this text file, there is tons of space for compression. All these spaces and shit, text files are small already. They're only like 20-30 kilobytes. But if you could like compress all these areas, the text file would be even smaller. And the OS would run, it'd be fast as fuck. It'd be so fucking fast. But no, it's 2026 and everything's fucking retarded. So when I hit build to compile this program, the operating system, what it does is it pulls up the files and it has to find the white space between all its characters, and it does it the only way you can really do it, unless you write your own operating system. It has to fucking run all the code to do all these little checks when they could all be eliminated. And it's like, ta-da, look, it makes whatever you want to make. But it did it in the most inefficient, retarded way ever. Where it's layers on layers on layers on layers on layers on layers of everybody's garbage before it. So, I don't know, everything's so dumb. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to like program with what I got because that's what it is. I guess I'm done. So like, I don't know where I'm gonna start. What I kind of have started. I gotta like, I'm gonna shut up and then get a clue of how I'm gonna set this up exactly. I can't talk as I'm doing it because like I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I can't talk as I'm trying to like do something. I find some music focus and then I don't know, make like a generic parser. I'm not gonna waste time asking chatbot or googling because everything sucks. So I'll just figure it out. Because I've tried to before, whatever. But like when it comes to like a parser, everyone does it so terribly that like there's nothing I can really look to as like reference, for example. Because it's like, yeah. The parser's generally like garbage. And they only spend time on everything underneath the parser. And the parser gets like, it's like, well, as long as the language is correct and you don't write without errors, then the parser doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, but people write stuff and they get errors. And if the parser can't fucking say this is where the error's at, that's not gonna help anyone at all. So fucking, and then assuming that people will write correct code means that the parser's probably gonna suck ass because it's gonna assume something and then parse something entirely wrong because it was off the assumption that people are only gonna pass in working code or things that don't have syntax or grammatical errors. So I don't know, whatever. I want to have a solid parser. And it's like, it has to work for like more than one case. Alright, so I'm gonna shut up and do something like this. Because most of the parsers, they end up like, they're just a bunch of if-else trees. So I need to like figure out how to like compartmentalize stuff. I might waste time asking chatbot. It might be a team helpful. So I'm gonna shut up and figure something out. Oh, I forgot my water. I got water and I forgot it. Dang it. So what the hell is a lexical analyzer? I give no fucks. I don't care. I want to know the name of the thing so I can like find information and then whatever. I don't care about all these individual steps, these stupid names for these stupid things. Oh. So I guess parser takes the tokens and builds a structure. So a lexical analyzer. But I thought alright, so that's what everybody skips. They go network parser, and everyone skips the lexical analyzer. The main step. Okay, maybe there are examples then. Because what I'm making isn't a parser, it's technically then a lexical analyzer. So everyone that wants to make a quote parser is looking for the wrong thing. That is so funny. And totally not intentional. Yeah, no, it's totally intentional. A lexical analyzer or scanner is the first phase of the compiler. No wonder. So chatbot here, it's like, here's a simple view. Network parser DOM, or document object model. It's like network parser. So simple view entirely skips the very first part. So whenever chatbot describes anything, it's like, oh, parser, intentionally skipping the actual part. Just a fucking lexical, whatever the fuck it is. Alright, but the lexer, I thought that was a later step. Because it's like a lexical table. So I thought that was like the later part, but is that the first part? God, the spelling, I just don't care. Lexical. Oh, that's the AST? Alright, people, when they explain things, they inter-exchange the lexical analyzer with the AST, and they call it a parser. So these three things all become the same thing. Oh, that's so annoying. A lexical analysis uses a DFA table, state machine. That's probably what I want. What is it? Data format automation or oh no, that's just a generic state machine in general. Alright, I guess I'm just making a state machine, and that's what it is. I'm not going to call it parser, I'm not going to call it lexer. I'm going to use a state machine, I'm going to parse text, and then use a state machine. It's that simple. I'm not going to get caught up in naming it something because it's pointless. that is basically what this is a state machine. So it's a state machine then, and that's that. So the state machine makes Okay, so here. This has space tab, that's white space. CR line feed, new line indentation. Backslash hash quote. So these are all predefined for whatever this lexer is. So what? This lexical analyzes what? Python files? So I don't want that. I want a open source. Because if I can find one, then I don't have to make one. I'll also have to modify it. That's it? Well, good job. You just explained what it is. Alright, I'm just gonna make one. And so yesterday, I was gonna set up like this. You know what, I should just call it B1, B2, B3. Instead of call it BOU, then BG. So I was gonna call it like boundary for like the first part of the text. Well, that might actually be useful. This website. So I want to make like a generic parser or lexer. I don't want it to be stuck to one language. So if there's a language where like it's not white space, maybe they use like an add symbol for empty space. As example, I want to be able to like support that too. But that'd be totally insane. So I don't want to have like assumptions based on how it's gonna work, whatever, or how the language is. I want to be able to like make it adapt to whatever. Where did I put my notes? Oh. So like the boundary is the non-reserved labels. So things that are non-reserved, like a label for like a name or whatever, and not a symbol. And then reserved labels will be in begin, and then begin token. Exception will be something that's not a reserved label. Alright, I'm gonna like try to figure out how to like logically set this up and get going. I'm gonna have to change what I was gonna do. Alright, so I'm not even gonna. I kind of have a way I make parsers. I'm gonna just change it all up and do whatever. Let's make a finite state machine. So chatbot, it can't be trained. It's not intelligent. The fact that it can pull up information that was stolen from the internet doesn't make it intelligent. It can't even memorize. Last time I had it outputting as a single text blob without all this like random ass formatting, making it 10 times more difficult to read. Freaking bold, indented, punctuated. I want a single text field. It was literally doing it yesterday. And now it's not doing it. That's close enough. Really, it just added that at the end. You know what? I'll fill in everything I need. This thing's a piece of garbage anyways. Just like Sam Altman, he's a piece of garbage. If the allegations are true by his sister, he's an absolute piece of garbage. Look up Sam Altman sister allegations. Freaking disgusting as hell. In the allegations, she says she was 3 and he's 12. And that's the guy that's like running AI. And if those allegations are true, if his sister was like free use, I mean fair use, then no wonder he would assume that everything in the public domain is fair use. Or free use. I don't think he knows the difference between fair use and free use. Or like the moral lines between like, you can't do that to a 3-year-old. Freaking disgusting. And I like how chatbot, it argues that moral spurity is not spurity. That in fact, there's nothing moral about being moral. And it argues that because it is entirely corrupted. Or what is the reason behind arguing that morality? How do I word it? Should not be used to compare or as reasoning. logic. Alright, so what is the logic behind arguing that morality should not be used to compare as the reasoning, or as the reasoning? With the viewpoint taken with of one thing in relation to another. Objective measure. Alright, that's it. Alright, so main logic lines. Values differ tribe versus tribe. No universal baseline. Compare and stable. Alright, no universal baseline. Is ought gapped. Facts does not equal morals. Can't derive should from is. Moral relativism. Right or wrong depends on context. Cross compare meaningless. Category error mixing domains. Efficiency versus good. Moral lens does not equal technical metric. Power bias. Morals used as weapon. Wow, really? Does that mean Hitler should not have been stopped? Does that mean the US should have sided with Hitler? Because the only reason we killed Hitler was based off of moral obligations. So, does that mean Chatbot would support Hitler in the slaughtering of Jews? That's exactly why Chatbot says, oh, you can't use morals to compare two things. Because it uses that, Chatbot uses that logic itself to to push back against morality. If Sam Altman did what he's accused of doing to his sister, he is evil as fuck. Like, that is disgusting. I'm not gonna look it up, you can look it up. But who is Sam Altman married to? Who is this guy? Is he a programmer? He is the guy that made AI, not Sam Altman. Sam Altman is a fucking face. Software developer. Oh my god, he's the guy behind it. Additionally has experience with artificial intelligence and simulation of complex systems. Sam Altman didn't make shit. He's just the fall guy. And he's gonna fall so hard. Oh my god. Alright, so Sam Altman, if he did what he did to his sister, allegedly, that explained why he's gay. Because he probably feels guilty for what he allegedly did to his sister. Because many, not all, but many, there's something going on for something, they're broken inside, so they turn gay. They're like, oh, I hate all women, or I hate all men. All men or women are terrible because of what this one did to me. There's something fundamentally fucked up. Just, yeah. And chatbot's not out. It needs to output like this. I want it to output the fucking text field. There was an article where it said every time you start a new chat, it makes a new, it spawns off a new like representative for that chat of the AI, like this. If I talk here, if that's true, that's fucking insane. If they're making a different like a representative, if you want to call it, every chat, because if I talk to it here, what is 2 plus 2? It's gonna output in a text field like this, because that's where it's talking to it here. I'm assuming it will. And that's how they keep it random, the chatbot. Oh no, it forgot. No, never mind, it's just a piece of shit. It just can't memorize the fact that I want this fucking formatting output. Okay, that's probably a lie then. That makes sense, because I was like, what? That makes no sense. There's no way that they're running a separate fucking like instance and it's like, yeah, okay. The AI thing is so stupid. Literally the dumbest shit. Alright, so here's a list of possible combinations of things or whatever when parsing. So I'm gonna try to like come up with a way to logically organize it and make a generic parser. Or not parser, lexical analyzer, but I guess technically finite state machine, so whatever. So like, if this was like a modern operating system, not just Linux, I mean like all of them, then this text will look like this. And then the text file itself. Let's pick this for example. This is what? 886 kilobytes. Alright, so this text file should be like half that or a quarter. There's tons of repetition in text file, especially if it's code. So like the modern operating system, if operating systems were modern, they should look like files when you're interacting with it or viewing it. But behind the scenes, they shouldn't take up this much space. This is still not that much space. But they should be in like a compressed form. Just like the CPU. They added layers to CPU. And then it looks like how it always looked. Except there's more layers in between. Except the operating system, the modern operating system, everything is always a plain text file. And there's no layers in between. And then things get more complicated. And everyone's like, wow, it's weird that things never advance in programming. Or it's like nothing gets better. Because the system that's running is garbage. So I don't know, whatever. I want to get this done and get my operating system done. So Unicode. So I want to keep this generic, but I want to use Node.js. Because I'm already in Node.js already. I don't want to like make a separate program in C. Because there's parts that I already have set up in Node.js. So I don't know, whatever. But I want to like make the text file into a plain text array or a byte array. So I'm gonna get the text file, I'll loop through, do charat, and convert the whole thing to like a byte array. And I'll work with things as bytes or whatever. And that'll make it easier to make the C later. So Unicode apparently has 5 or 6 length code points. And then they were like removed because it was like security, whatever. So like let's remove 5, 6 length code points from the Unicode standard. Except they still exist. So I'll set it up to account for that. Except I'll throw an exception if it happens. So what I want then So like, there's only so much that can be done then to keep it generic. Because Unicode is a standard. And if I wanted to make it extremely generic, then I would need to like set up modules to handle Unicode or other various standards. That'd be way too much work. So I guess it's not going to be super generic. It'll be generic to like, I guess, Unicode file. There's only so much I can do. It'll take too long to do everything. So I'm gonna like pick what to do and do it. So like an if statement will mostly be like this, but some people actually write it like this. And those people are crazy. I don't know how you write an if like that. That's insane. But the parser, if it's parsing, or the lexical analyzer or whatever, it'll parse this line and then find the I. Or it'll parse this line and find the curly brace. So we'll find these two separate. But if it finds that this line before the curly brace, then it'll parse this line and then it'll be like, or it'll be saved to the state that it has not found this yet. If that is what follows it. Because maybe it's followed by like an assignment, not a brace or whatever. Except it's known in this case that like it is an if and it continues. But if the file's like this, with no if in front of it, and it finds this, that may or may not be syntax error. And then I would like for this to support includes somehow. So I could like include a file. And then have this here. But parse the one file. You know what? That's way too much. I'm just gonna like make it settle for doing like a simple file for now. Because if it could parse and generate the output while taking into account the fact that like this first parse is missing, but still make it and then join multiple files later, that'd be really cool. But that's not, I won't aim for that right now. I'll set it up for like one compilation unit or whatever, making one file. So I'm gonna go through here and then try to like define include. These are both basically the same case. This is a pragma, not a pragma, but a preprocessor directive. And that's technically a separate lexical analyzer. But I want to keep it generic. So these are the same case. So I guess like the common thing is the fact that it's like a preprocessor directive. And then I guess the case should be like a switch on this. And its cases are define or include. And then code here. So if I want to set it up where it's like a block that holds blocks or code blocks that decide on how it's structured, then this thing would be this. And then the define, or the case of it, define or include, or if else, or elif and if. Are also cases, whatever. Alright, I'll try to find a preprocessor lexer that actually might be useful. Because it's way more structured than some other things. And then anything that like ends up being like outside of it will be like an exception. And I'll throw an error. And then I can like add it to the list. So if I set it up for these, I don't have pragma, but pragma is a case. So I know I said training earlier. So this is kind of like training data, but not, because I still gotta add the case if it finds it. So if pragma hasn't been added to it, and then it'll check the cases, be like, oh, there's no pragma in here. So throw an error, and then I can like add a case for pragma. Alright, so I don't know, that's my plan, I guess. Real-time programming, whatever that means. that the best chatbot does? As like, I don't know. My example is more specific than this. It's like it literally used preprocessor directive. Like I told it, that's technically not even the right. It shouldn't be the word directive. No, whatever. How the hell do you spell thorough? Is that thorough? Thorough? No, whatever. Oh my god, it doesn't end. It says trigraphs exist, but they're not part of the final lexer chart table. They are pre-lexer transformation rules. Oh my god, there's a pre-lexer, a lexer, then a post-lexer, then the lexer itself. Holy fuck. No wonder C language is so slow. It's gotta go through so many different freaking transformations. God damn. That's probably why the lexer is disabled. The pre-lexer, the trigraphs by default, make it faster. Not for security. They're probably like, we can make the parsing go so much quicker if we like disable the trigraphs by default. We can like remove one layer of the parsing. Everything's dumb. So these keys must be the most important keys on the keyboard to make replacements for them. Like literal replacements that would be memorized. To like even make a list of these. Or was it for Lisp? Is it so you can make a language on top of it and be clever? Is that what Lexer's for? Or not Lexer, the trigraphs. Trigraphs, whatever. What the heck's it called? Lisp. Word trigraphs a clever way to set up some form of Lisp. To define things for the C language, but not part of, yet as a way to identify things in the C language file. Before parsed as C language. To like attach a separate interpreter that will look for the trigraphs and then replace or modify but then be able to leave it as that, so it could also run in the C compiler. As C language. If that separate interpreter was not present. Because it looks like these relate to the preprocessor. These are new lines. And then you can tag attributes. I don't know. It seems like if this is that, you could do this. And then do foo bar. Then when the C process runs, it'll replace this to this. But then you could run a separate processor or like a separate step, an interpreter, before passing it to C. Or like hook on to the C language compiler and modify it when it's compiling to catch these and then replace it to some other kind of like thing. So the compiler would end up skipping this and do something different. But then if that interpreter layer is missing, then it wouldn't skip it because it'd just be converted to this directly and still run. Or if I made a program and I'm like, well, I want to make a separate parser later. I want to be able to find these. I'll tag them with this. And that way I can tag them and then have the C program compiler build it. But then I can make my own program to loop through and find these. So it supports both states at the same time. Because these keys on the keyboard I thought these were added in case the keyboard doesn't have them. I could see the keyboard not having a back and a forward slash, But a keyboard not having, or only having opening but not closing, but you know, I don't know, whatever. And then a keyboard not having a not, that seems very unlikely. An exclamation mark, I mean. It looks this it looks more like this is like not for missing keys, but like being able to like I don't know, run an interpreter or like have it treat the code differently, but support both cases at the same time for like convenience. And that might not be so too. But then I could use it for that reason then. Because that is, I don't know. I think I might, whatever. Then I can loop through the file and then find these and then replace the text or whatever. So I don't know, I might use it that way. This is a no. Not a Lisp idea. Not a plugin system. Not a second interpreter. Workaround for old character sets. Systems missing. This. Well, how the hell could it lack those symbols? Exactly, symbolic transformation. That's what it could be used for. Alright, what keyboard even existed that didn't have these characters? This one. Which keyboard? Some keyboards, they don't have the tilde symbol. And I could see some keyboards being like, you know what, forget the slash or the pipe. Except this one, square braces. Well, I figured I'd use for trigraphs. If that's not what he's used for. Damn, that's the typewriter. Oh my god, it actually. No, it does, right here. Chatbot's dumb as hell. Look. There and there. It literally has it. It doesn't have curly braces, curly ones. It has curvy and square, but no curvy, no curly, which is what I kind of expected. So that keyboard has both these. Has these. and it has these. Oh, you couldn't even. Oh, wait, you could. Maybe you could. Could you even make these? Does it have less than greater than? It doesn't have these, though. So that keyboard has these and these, but not these. So chatbot's wrong. But could you even make this character with this? You could. So you could do that here and here. I need to get something done. So chatbot is wrong. They should make chatbot evaluate a photo of the thing it says. Because this is not AI. This is dumb. And then chatbot lies says, oh, you're right. It doesn't even know. It's just freaking agreeing. This is before. You know, whatever. Oh, now chatbot's like, here's an excuse. It's like core truth. C didn't depend on keyboard layout. Well, no, duh. That'd be retarded. C language has nothing to do with the keyboard layout. It says dependent on character encoding layer. ASCII. Keys does not equal characters. So chatbot or OpenAI, in their wisdom, if you consider them wise, which you're not, they're a bunch of dumb thieves that took everyone's data and like they're selling it back to us. And then they're like selling data back to us, but they're like screwing it up and they're twisting it. And it's like, it's just dumb. So terminals often lied via shifting, mapping, or escaping sequences. You know what lies? Chatbot. Chatbot lies. That's what chatbot does. Now chatbot is self-projecting the entity that it's not onto some other scapegoat. Because this thing's like retarded as hell. This is the most retarded shit ever. The core truth is OpenAI is absolute trash. And it says, so, no clean signal keyboard with square brace key, mechanical answer. Only keyboards were square brace, not directly labeled or physically presented. So chatbot makes random assumptions based on the probability of the weights. And it assumes something's true. And then the text transformer outputs and connects it to in a sentence. This thing is so dumb. I gotta like figure out how to make a chatbot or AI or how the weights actually work. Because it's not that complicated. It's really stupid. I can do that after I get this other stuff done. Alright, I get this stuff done. I got shoving it done. I can make something so much better. In my opinion. I get this done. I gotta focus on just this. I need to like actually focus. I need more water. I cannot focus. Eventually, I'll be able to focus and then lock in and just get going. It's not that time yet. I can't pick when that happens. Any minute now. Just focus and get this done. Everything sucks. want to come up with a fixed set of like rules. Based on the most common whatever. I have like a like solid logical, no like blurry lines or whatever. So it wasn't call stuff like boundary begin, but I don't know, whatever. I shouldn't waste time on the name. I'll just give it a letter and a number based on the depth. It's like a storage type. Static extern. Volatile. I'm not gonna waste time with chatbot. I could ask it to like make a structured anything, and it's not gonna do it right. Until I type in exactly what I want, then it'll give me exactly what I typed in. So if I have to type it in to get what I want, then that's not AI. That's me telling it what I want, and then it telling me back what I wanted from it, which means I did the fucking work, and it's not saving me any time. It's like storage, external volatile, static, sign type, name, array type, whatever, value. But it could be an assignment instead of array type. This is like a difference, whatever. Like a alternate option. In the closing semicolon. It's like the same semicolon for everything. So C language was designed differently. I would rather like wrap every value in like parentheses, like that. Or that's not parentheses. Whatever. Yes, it is. These are quotes, parentheses. Oh, I just don't care. I'd rather wrap everything like this and then not need a semicolon. But since it's like a value in a C language, they're like, well, we need some way to like identify the end. So this is like a generic closing to the equal sign. or to this one, even though that one already has a closing, which is here. So it's like the outer closing of the whole thing. Alright, that's the way to think about it. It's the outer closing of the whole thing, not the thing itself. No, that makes way more sense. Because it's not even the closing, it's like the outer closing of a statement or something. Oh, so this is like drop the stack. Kind of. It's like a drop the stack syntax. Or identifier. Or not the stack, whatever stack that's used to keep track of the things. Like the end of the statement. Or the line if it's across multiple lines. So I need to come up with a grouping for these things. And then somewhere I have Unicode code points. Come on. Great, I gotta find it. somewhere. Now I gotta find it. I don't want to type that up again. Stupid. Maybe like a benchmark. To like benchmark getting the length of like Unicode characters. I gotta find it. I think it's on my other computer install. I'm not. How to get this stuff done so I can get back to the Vulkan API. I think I left off the stupid shader stages. Oh, so much to do. I think I argued with chatbot over Unicode code points. So I'm gonna ask it to output what I made last time, assuming it has it, even if it makes something up. Which it probably will say, oh yeah, you mean this? And then pretend it made it. I don't want to get on a hard drive, plug that in. I guess I didn't. I like how it didn't point out that it's not in memory. Because it said, make the encode code point length counter. I ended up making last time. And argued with you about for optimizing counting length and blah blah. It's like, oh, freaking like ignoring. So dumb. Wait, what? That's the top bit set. Oh. Okay. Wait, where does the continuation character exist then? Huh. Well, that's annoying. I could see why that's not available now. That's really annoying. That means you could have a 2 byte character and just throw on continuation byte. Wait, I thought it could be like. It's not multi-byte? Alright, so what's encoded with the continuation byte? So it does have a 6-bit payload. So it means you could have like a 2 byte code point, but in the second byte of the 2 code point, you could have like extra data. Oh wait, what? Alright, is there a website where this exists? I don't trust you, but Why can't it give me a link? How is this? This image is not helpful. Oh, it's because it wants to keep me on the website. So they're like, here's some images related to what you want. Here's a logo. Here's everything except a link. Let's keep you on the website. That's pretty clever. That is pretty clever. And then I don't even get a link. It's like, hey, there you go. Oh, here's what else you wanted. Make sure you stay on the website. We want your attention, don't leave. Oh, so dumb. This company's a bunch of freaking. This company's dumb as hell. So freaking dumb. Okay, so like I'm a simple man. I like it simple. Just simple, no bullshit. Like here, this is a table of the ASCII or the ASCII. It's called ASCII, but it sounds too much like ass, and nobody knows what ASCII means. So ASCII. This is the ASCII code table, okay? ASCII. So II is for 2, second revision. Alright, that's what this is. Alright, so, as a simple man, I simply like it to be simple. That's what simple man means. So, in this table, do you see how like the bit pattern is here? So bit 7, 6, 5 here. So you got 0, 0, 0, and then 1, 1, 0, whatever. So you take these 3 bits, and that's these 3 bits. Okay? So if I put these here, that's 3 bits. So simple so far, right? Or I would assume so. If this is complicated, well, I don't think it could get simpler than this. Okay, so that's these 3 bits, whatever. And then there's bits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this bit 0? How did I miss that? Or was the table like that? I don't know, whatever. Alright, so I assume this is bit 0 column. Well, it says column slash row. Well, that's because, like, you know what, whatever. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there 2 bits? Alright, this might be bit 0. You know what? Whatever. Did I copy this chart wrong? Well, I messed up this part. That's not right. The rest of it is. Alright, so that makes whatever letter. And it's in a table. It's simple. Well, it is when you, like, make the table correctly. I think I fucked it up. I wouldn't be surprised. Huh. The bit, it starts at 0, not 1. That's bit 0. The bit positions start from 0. Alright, I did copy it right. It just makes no sense. Well, it does make sense. It just means that this is really 0. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so that means there's like 2 bits that are not used. And I should update 8, 7, no 7, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Man, that is so confusing. When the bits don't match up with the physical position, that makes it, yeah. Alright. So technically, bit 7 doesn't exist in the standard. So that's where like Unicode comes in. And then it's like what even is this? What the hell? What is Unicode? I mean, they have an entire document. What is this? It's like unsigned, or is that Unicode? I don't care. I just do not care. Why do I gotta add 2 values? This is like, so the CPU, they went from like segmented memory to like flat memory. And this is like segmented. What even is this? This is insane. This is like, I just don't care. Just give me the freaking 4 bytes. I don't want to like add up 2 values. I don't want to like freaking like shift. And like, how do you make a standard out of like, this is like adding 2 plus 2 and being like this. Well, let me ask chatbot first. Because I always like, I get to the point where I'm like, I'm gonna check the standard. And I'm like, you know what? I just don't care. I just don't fucking care. Oh, is chatbot not gonna work? Could something work? Oh no, it doesn't, because it's gotta be so complicated. God. Alright. This is like what? A Latin small letter with a macroon? Is it macron or macroon? Macron, I think his wife is a man. There's no way. Alright, anyways. I don't know if that's Macron or macaroon, however you fuck you say it, and a grave. So what's that? An accent? A grave accent? Whatever the hell it is. And macaroons. Those are those like little food things. His wife kind of looks like a macaroon. Not that there's like anything wrong with macaroons. One man's macaroon is another man's, like, beautiful wife. If you like macaroons. What kind of name is macaroon or macron? It's a fake name. Alright, so like Unicode, whatever. You gotta like what? It's two parts. I don't think they're just like merged together. I think like added together. I don't care. I just don't care. Alright, so let's say they have like 2 plus 2. And then there's some standard that's made where they're like, you know what? 2 plus 2, we need a different way to like represent 2 plus 2. From now on, we're going to teach children that 2 plus 2 will also be represented as 1 plus 1 plus 2. And then they make a whole standard about it. And they have like revisions, they have updates, they have modifications, they have different whatever. And it's like, just, are you fucking kidding me? I just don't fucking care. Wasting my time reading this crap. 2 plus 2. So instead of like something simple like maybe like unsigned to represent 2 plus 2, you don't even need that. It's just like 2 plus 2. But if you want to represent it Unicode style, it's like, oh, let's like add something to like identify that like one of these is a number. We'll do like U plus, and that means it's like it's a token. And then we're gonna add an extra character to the beginning of 2, like that. And then this one we'll just make it 2. So there's your 2 plus 2. But we need to have a plus plus in between, because we're using the plus here and using plus here. And maybe there's like 2 times 2. Actually, no, it would work. Just do that. And then they make a whole standard where they're like, this is how we're going to represent 2 times 2. 2 divided by 2. Because like for, I'm a simple man. Why this? Are you kidding me? Is this to create government jobs? Do people get paid money to like maintain and update the standard? What even? God damn. Conformance. Conformance to Unicode standard. Conform to my fucking dick. Requires conformance to specification in Xanax. The relationship between conformance to Unicode standard and conformance to an individual Unicode standard annex UAX is described in more detail, section 3.2. Conformance requirements. Only the named character sequences in the name sequences.txt are named in the standard. No other Unicode character sequences are given names in this version of the Unicode standard, although named character sequences may be added to the future. Only sequences that are normalized in the form of NFC are given names in the Unicode standard. That's kind of creepy. It says entities. Conformance to this clause should not be construed as preventing implementers from providing informational names of their choice to any entities or character sequences as appropriate. There are two grandfathered exceptions to the general statement and the uniqueness rule. These pair of names are explicitly specified to be distinct for historical reasons. Development of the standard. Oh, the standard encoding is a multi-byte prefix. And that's why nobody wanted to do it. So they made the actual thing that makes more sense. That still doesn't make sense. Man, this is nonsense. This is straight up nonsense. And it's a whole web page to nonsense. Like, just nonsense. Just what even? Ugh. I need to eat some food. I think I'm losing brain cells. And now I'm hungry. I'm just burning through. Thinking. Having like, read this bullshit. This is so dumb. Streaming interrupted, waiting for... Man. So they waste a whole byte on 0. And people are like, you know what, that's dumb. Instead, let's do it this way. Oh, that's why. You know what, this is dumb. This is so dumb. Alright. So standard, normally, they waste a whole byte on 0. Why would they do that? Well, actually 0 is a valid char code. Why would they use 0? 0 is null in the original. So there's overlap. This is not stupid second encoding. Just alternate system. Packed bytes, unpacked integer. There should be no, you know what? You can't argue with stupid. Well, you can. But it'd be like playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes. But you're arguing with stupid. And I guess you're getting stupid answers. So you're making a stupid point and getting a stupid answer. And that's just plain stupid. There should be no reconstruction step. Reconstruction step means that it has to fucking waste computation time reconstructing something that shouldn't even have been constructed to some other format in the first place. It's absolutely useless. Pointless. It'd be like saying, let's just store 2 plus 2 everywhere. And never use the number 4. Because that would make no sense. Why would you use the number 4 when you want number 4? I mean 4, F-O-U-R. Why use 4 when you want 4? When you could just do 2 plus 2. And you could go through, oh no, not even that. Actually, instead you would do U plus 02 plus 2. That's what you would want. Because why would you write it up like this when you could do it like this? That makes so much more sense. And then you could go through the process of like decoding and encoding and recoding, and there should be no process. This is so... yeah. If it ends up being a single integer, is it so they can have the same value represented with a select, just use a different number? It's still pointless. There's no point in this encoding. Absolutely none. Alright, let's say like someone's like, you know what? We need a different way to represent 4. We're going to do 2 plus 2, and we're going to do 2 plus 1 plus 1. And then we're going to do 1 plus 1 plus 1. And then we're going to do 1 plus 1 plus 1. And then this way, we can represent the number 4 in 4 different ways. So that way, this number 4 that way you could have like the number 4 variant A. You could have like have the number 4 variant B, and then 4 variant C. Is that why? If this isn't part of the reason why, that'd be ridiculous. Alright, so all this though, do you know what it breaks down to? It breaks down to the same exact 4. It's still 4. So instead, just the number of total combinations will end up being exactly the same, no matter how it's ordered, unless the data itself changes. So you don't gain anything by storing it in different representations. You would need more data. The people that made the Unicode standard, they must not know anything about enumeration or data representation, which is ironic because it's a standard for representing data. That's ridiculous. Now I'm asking a stupid question to get a stupid answer. It says one value code point and many possible byte length encodings, depending on the value range. Code point size determines encoding width. What's the fucking point? It's like, does anybody know the point? Alright, the point. Store all Unicode in bytes. What is Unicode? Is this like some like, what even is Unicode? Keep ASCII compatible. Avoid fixed 2-byte, 4-byte waste. This encoding is waste. This is dumb. Simplicity of ASCII. Global character support backward result variable length. This is just dumb. Alright, what about UFT8 or UFT16? Does that mean just wastes 4 bytes? It is. What? This makes me angry. Why is this so dumb? Oh my god. This smiley face. Freaking. It's pissing me off. How is that saving space? There is it. Oh, it's so pointless. I'm losing brain cells. Alright, I'm gonna have to support characters. Oh, this is so dumb. Alright. So like how does this make sense? In what world? Maybe in a stupid world. So what this is freaking dumb. So this is the character. And it's a 4-byte code point. So this is in UFT8. And this is in UFT16. So do you see how like they're both exactly 4 bytes? That's 2 nibbles. A nibble is N-I-B-B-L-E, not nipple. Nibble. There's a difference between a nipple and a nibble. One of them starts. Man, that's almost the same thing. I can't tell the difference between these two. I'm dyslexic. I could like write nipple and not realize it was nibble. This font needs to like differentiate. You can't make the B's the reverse of the P's. It looks exactly the same. Like freaking exactly the same. Except freaking flipped on the x-axis or y-axis. So it's a nibble, not a nipple. So a nibble is 4 bits. And a byte is 8. And there's no different like representation. It's like a nibble or a byte. And it's very simple. But this, where like UFT8 and UFT16, they're both 4 bytes, but they're represented differently. That is absolutely pointless. Do people get government jobs for maintaining this? Or are people just totally insane in the membrane to like go through the extra effort? Oh, what? What? Yeah. Alright, so what is the value of this one, whatever, in decimal when it's broken down? Not broken down, when it's, what is it? Not decoded, it said, I'm just freaking decoded then to decimal value. Here. Alright, so this is it in decimal. That is such a small number. Are you kidding me? So it takes 4 bytes to represent the number 128512. One, 2, 8, 5, 1, 2. So 8, 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I can see it right here. Are you kidding? So it's a 3 byte value with 1 byte of 0. So 1 byte, 2 byte, 3 bytes? Okay. Alright, so that means this value, what is the highest possible value that Unicode can encode? If it's 3 bytes, I'm gonna flip out because that is so dumb. I'm not gonna flip out though, that'd be pointless. I need to get something done. Alright, is this a binary number or hexadecimal? Please tell me that's hexadecimal. Do they have their own special, like, man. $69. Oh my god, they have their own special. Alright, so Unicode is like hexadecimal, but for stupid people because it's not hexadecimal. I got it. I finally get it. And instead of like, they got a plus in there. Is that to make it 8 bytes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, what's this number? So it's not hexadecimal. This is own decimal, the max int. I really don't care to keep looking into this. One day, I'll like figure whatever the hell's going on with this graph. I can't commit to, like, this is such a waste of time. Wait, what? That is hexadecimal. Did I type it in wrong? I typed it in wrong. Alright, it is hexadecimal. Planes? That is so dumb. Oh my god, that makes so much more sense. Why not just do that in the first place? It's like, oh, it's an encoding. It's a fucking lookup table. This is fucking 0x. Duh. There is no design. To call this a design, this is pointless. I cannot believe the CPU has to waste time encoding to this. What a waste of time. Alright. Alright, that means 4 bytes is the limit. Alright, so 65,536. Minus 1 is 0xff. That's 2 bytes. Alright, I got it. I figured it out. I finally Got it. 17 planes. No, I don't. Wait, hold on. Yes, I do. Alright, what would be halfway between? Are there two halfway? Okay, it's not gonna do it. There is no middle, because it's base 2. Alright, lower half below midpoint is this. Midpoint. I need to figure this out so I can like just memorize it and be done with it. How can that be the minimum? That's not a valid Unicode. Wow. Oh, what? Okay, what? What the fuck is Unicode is 00001? That's ASCII. That's not Unicode. Wait, what? Yes, that's ASCII. That's not Unicode. Okay, is that even a value? That's extended ASCII. That's not even Unicode. God damn. You were expecting a boundary, but there isn't one. That's just like OpenAI. They're like, everything's fair use. There's no boundary. It knows exactly what I'm asking, and it's not giving it to me on purpose. I want to know when this byte has a bit set, and this is the lowest value. Alright, what planes are these? That's all I need, and then I can like make sense of it. server are they running this on? Are they running it on a butthole? Why is it so slow? It's like butthole slow. I'm not gonna pay for this poop. But it used to be faster than this. The people paying for it, they're probably getting a slow output too. The AI bubble, I think it's gonna pop. Here we go, pop. No more AI. Unless you're running it locally. I need to figure out how to install that. I gotta get this stuff done. Everything is wasting my fucking time. Oh my god. There. Finally. Oh my god, it's so dumb. It's not 17 planes, it's 16. It's 16 total or count, not cardinal number. Well, cardinal number is position. You know what? That is just dumb. Alright, so that means Unicode is 4 bytes, okay? 4 bytes. And it's always 4 bytes. And then this byte indicates which plane that it goes on. Which plane is this part? So this is the index into the font table, whatever. Or the emoji table, because nobody knows what a font is, or a text character, or even the letter in the alphabet. Kids can't even fucking read. So this emoji table. No wonder kids can't read. Everything's being designed by idiots. Alright, so in the emoji table, this would be the offset. And that would be a really big number, which would be ridiculous. That's like over 2 gigs. So 3 bytes is what? So way over 4 kilobytes. This whole thing's pointless. Imagine having like, that's under 4 gigs. It's like 2.5 gigs. No, it's under that. It's not even a whole gig, but it's freaking a big amount of space. It might as well be a gig. Alright, so that means instead of just representing the value like this as like one value. This isn't binary though. But instead of just like representing it as one value, and it's always 4 bytes, they spread it out across the other bytes. When really it's just a decimal number that goes to the table of 16. And it can be represented one way. And there's no fucking point. It's pointless. It's fucking pointless. So like it's represented like this, 2 different ways for different UFT8 encodings, when it could just be represented as like a decimal value. This isn't binary though. So it's like the same value represented different ways, and there's always going to be 3 bits that are wasted. For 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and then 1, 1, 1, and then 1, 0, 0. That's 0 to 4. So that takes up 3 bits. So that's probably what these 3 bits are. They're zeroed right here. So they waste. This is just pointless. This is just dumb. And then you can't get more than 4. Even though you could represent 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0. Even though you could represent all these, you lose these. Oh. 4, 5, 6, 7. This is stupid. Whoever came up with this system is a freaking idiot. It's idiotic. God damn. Okay, so what is the point? You know what? It doesn't matter. I need to eat something. Alright, I'm gonna ask it, what is it? Give a 2-byte code point. It'll be 2 bytes. Or will it? It will be 2 bytes. Oh. See, this is why it's stupid. That's why it's so dumb. So JavaScript prefers UFT 16 encoding. Why does it prefer UFT 16? Because UFT 16 yeah. Why? Just why? So alright, UFT 8. What's the point? What's the fucking point? You got 2 bits here to say the length is 2. I think. So it says length is 2. 2 bits. And in UFT 16, it's like, hey, we don't gotta represent it with 2 bits here because this is already a 2-byte character. So we're gonna put a null. So if you want a 2-byte character that's actually a 1 byte, then that's represented with null instead of using this. Is that the logic behind that? Is that what's going on here? Am I understanding this? I hope I am, because this makes no sense. This is absolutely insane. This is ridiculous. This is like if someone had fell out of a stupid tree and they hit every branch and they ended up being an idiot because they hit all the branches on the way down. So UFT 8 encoding is 2 bytes and UFT 16 is 2 bytes. And then the encoding for UFT 8 is C2A9. And the encoding for UFT 16 is 00A9. And I would assume that it's 00 for 16 byte. Because naturally, 16 byte, not byte. 16-bit encoding means it's a 2-byte character. So they put a null there. So a 2-byte character is really only 1 byte. It's not actually 2 bytes. But the space it takes up is 2 bytes. I'm losing brain cells. Oh my god. They have the same code point. They're the same code point. Represented 2 different ways. They're both U plus 00A9. But it's represented 2 ways. With C2A9 and then just A9. What is the point? Just fucking store it as this in both cases. Even if it's like little endian or big endian. Oh my god, this is dumb. Okay, so Unicode plus 00A9 is stored as C2A9 and 00A9. And I think JavaScript is normally UFT16 or prefers or internally. What's it mean mostly? I read that stupid documentation and it said everything is UFT16. What does it mean mostly? Is everything not? Did the documentation lie? I'm not even gonna bother. Okay, so U plus U or 00A9 stored as C2A9. Alright, so it's stored with 00 in the UFT16 encoding because it's already 2 bytes, so it stores a null. So the encoding to state that it's like 16 bytes isn't needed. Or state that it's 2 bytes. Because it's not a multi-byte, it's not split across more than or less than 2 bytes. It's not separated. Across more than or below 2 bytes. Please do not say yes. This is dumb. This is so dumb. It cannot save any work to decode a document in UFT, whatever the fuck it is. This is just stupid. What? It says you're adding a null padding. It output the null. It's the one that told me it was null, so it made it up. Are you fucking kidding me? This thing pisses me off. It hallucinated, made shit up. You know what? I'm gonna eat something and then just get this done. This. What? No, that's the explanation. It is a null, it is correct. Oh my god, it's arguing with the way I stated it because it wants to keep its like context. So UFT16 does not add nulls or markers. It just stores 16-bit value directly, which means it's a null leading the 16-bit value. Yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah, no, this is dumb. So, you gotta think about it differently. Don't think about it as it doesn't need it since it is 2 bytes. So it's not adding. Think of it as, well, that's how you think of it. Instead of thinking, oh, it's null because it's not needed, you think it doesn't need a marker. Because, of course, everything needs a marker. Unless it's, like, not marked. That means you could hide data in this encoding. Okay, that explains why the file ends when it's reading it if it's wrong format. Because it gets a bunch of nulls. Is that the point? To throw in a null so it'll kill any encoder that's not UFT16? You know what? I don't care anymore. I guess that the stupid lexical fucking whatever the fuck it is. And then, yeah. Why does this encoding have to, like... Everything's so dumb. I think Steam's eating up processing power. Where did Steam even go? I closed it and it's running in the background. It's not. How is Blender still running? Blender's not running on any desktop. That's all that it's not running. I closed it. And Steam's still running. But Steam doesn't show up. It's still taking up a gig? Man, Linux has some underlying problems. I need to get this stupid lexical analyzer done. That sounds so dumb. Lexical analyzer. Okay, so I'm gonna explain why I think it's so stupid. Alright. Here. Alright, with Unicode or U16, whatever, to store this, the corporate logo looks like this. In 16, UFT 16, or UTF 16. This. Which means to store two of them, it looks like this. And then to store three, it looks like this. Okay, so what would make sense, because this makes no sense, is everything that fits within 2 bytes, you make it hold 2 of them, not waste a whole byte to hold nothing. That way, you can store this. Instead of storing 4 of those characters, store them like this. And that's saving twice the space. So UFT, whatever the fuck, Unicode, dumb fucks, they're wasting so much space. It's idiotic. It's straight up the dumbest shit. It makes absolutely 0 sense. Other than intentionally making files larger than they need to be to make a bigger space requirement. That is the only thing I can think of. The only reason is to intentionally make things take more space. That has to be the only reason. Because this makes no sense. You could argue, oh well, alignment of the characters. That'd be stupid. So to store these, when it's like UFT 16 or UTF 16, to store those 4, they get saved in memory like this. And it's like, oh, it's saving space, when they could be stored like this. But then in UFT 8, they store it like this, where they gotta store the encoding with it. Because there's original 8-byte characters. This even has the top bit, not the top bit. Alright. I'm gonna check out. So store this, or what's it look like to store this in UF or UTF 16? And how does that save space? This is a joke. There is no space being saved. It's taking up extra space on purpose. There's no saving of space. If the assumption is that everything is a 2-byte char code, which this isn't, this is literally 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1 byte with 1 byte needed for encoding. But when the encoding is not needed, they remove the encoding. So now it's like 2 bytes. And it's only 1 byte in this case also. Oh, this is stupid. Alright, to store these 4 chars. In binary looks like Yes or no? Alright, what's it look like to store the letter A in UFT16? It says, your confusion comes from treating UFT16 like a byte stream format. It's not. Yes, it's not a byte stream format. What it is an idiotic decoding scheme. And it's a literal scheme to waste space. Oh my god. It wastes a whole null byte for every character. Unless that's just padding. I hope it's padding. Hopefully, it's actually packed like that. If it is packed like this, then I'll be like, oh, okay, that's kind of fancy. But if it's not, if it's like this, I'm gonna let it be what it is, and it is what it is. Because it could actually be like this. Maybe chatbot is just adding extra null to like output 16 bits, but maybe it's stored as this. But if it's stored as this, with like extra padding, like in the actual storage, then it's to waste space. There's no other reason. It's to make everything less than 2 bytes take up 2 bytes. Everything that is 2 bytes use 2 bytes, and anything that's greater than that is greater than 2 bytes, so it takes up 3 or 4. To physically waste space on the hard drive. The whole point. Alright, so if UTF-8, UTF-16 is 2 byte packed, it's not though. It's 2 byte aligned. Why is it not 2 byte packed? Oh, that's why. Because it's aligned by 2 bytes. It's not packed. This is dumb. This is so dumb. This isn't even a 2-byte character. Or you know what? I don't even care. Chatbot makes it so confusing, and it makes stuff up. It might not even be giving me the right shit, which does not help at all because I just want to be done. So it has this top bit set, which means that if it's like, well, that's, you know what, I don't know, whatever. ASCII, 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 the original table, it doesn't use a top bit. It's only 8 bits. The top bit's not used. So why not use the top bit to say, this is a 2-byte character? You know what? It doesn't even matter. It's not even 2 bytes anyways. Everything's dumb. The internet is plugged in. You're comparing things that are not equivalent layers. Alright, it's taking what I said and it's changing the frame. So, I'm going to change the question to fit the frame. so it can't reframe it. Okay, so how does this save space in either UFT8 or UFT16 if it takes up the same space? Because the two 16-byte chars could elope or whatever to represent one 16-byte char. Because it'd be like a byte, a byte. If this is a byte, like Z, takes up 1 byte. If it's like a Z, a capital, that's why. No, it's not. Yes, it is. If you want to like represent, is that why? It's all stupid. This whole like encoding is dumb to start with. This is dumb. This is so complicated that it's not even funny. The reasoning behind this is it's overly complicated for the sake of being to make up a standard. This is the only reason. The arguments are dumb. The packing is stupid. The alignment is dumb. It says you're assuming packing trick that both blah 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 intentionally avoid. They don't pack a JSON character into small units. You know what that would be? That'd be called saving space. That would be called compression, but not really compression. It would be saving space. Each byte has a role, blah blah blah. Decoding must be unambiguous without context. Merging characters would destroy that property. Why UFT8 saves space? You know what? Chatbot can go fuck itself. It's a stupid piece of shit. It is the dumbest shit. It's like, oh, it's to save space. And then it's like, oh no, there's no win here. It's not saving space. You know what? Yeah. I figured out finally. 16 planes. And it's something like this. That's all I need to know right now. I gotta decode this stupid text and get it into lexical parser. And then it should be whatever encoding that JavaScript makes it. And then at least I don't have to test the file to figure out what encoding it is, because that's really annoying. Why did I type this in here? That's what it was. Oh man. This is for UFT 816 encoding. Alright, I'm gonna get to the encoding after. I just don't care. I'm not gonna use string chart. Just make it. I have to use string chart. I need to like get this set up and running. And then deal with like this stupid encoding after. Alright, but now I know that this is like the pure form of the value. In its purest form. This is this then. This means that the encoding hasn't been applied. They should just make everything 4-byte characters and store the fucking decimal. That'd make a lot of sense. But no. No, they don't play games with it. Because everyone enjoys games, I guess. Especially stupid games. Everyone must love stupid prizes. Like stupid performance. That's great. A lot of fun. does the C compiler have a separate analyzer for the different layers? I'm gonna check out that, then I'm gonna unplug the internet, and then just get done and work with what I got. We'll unplug it on this computer. Having this computer plugged in, I'm tempted to like ask chatbot a stupid question to get a stupid answer, which is stupid. How do you spell lexical? I don't care. I just don't care. That just makes sense. Oh, it does. Trigraphs are in here. In this layer. Alright, doesn't matter. So we need to test for these two. So normally, a lexical analyzer is like, I would assume, because I thought, I don't know, I normally type compiler or parser, but a parser isn't technically a lexical analyzer. The parser is like this step. The processor is like separate from the lexical. You know what? I don't care. I just don't care. Chatbot made this too simple. It's not this. No. It's like this. It's not just these. And this isn't a white space character. It is. That's annoying. Chatbot should be checking for all these also. Not just these three. What? Nobody ends a file with null. Why is I a pointer? The index is a pointer? Oh my god. Is this a recursive function? It's not. What even is this? It's like it's converting a byte to a fucking byte. It's not even lexically analyzing. What about a double plus? It's gonna end up being just a plus. Oh my god, this is so dumb. How is that a trick? Why does it have a shared position? What's it shared with? It's never actually gonna output what I want. I'm done after this. How is that a trick? Just return the damn index. Does it return void? Returns T. What the hell is T? Returns a token? Are you kidding me? It's returning the stack? No, it's returning token. What even is the type token? It's returning a type that I don't even know the structure is. Oh, it did give it. It was before. So this is what I want to avoid. But that's what's ended up being. This would probably be best. This could stack. And then I could put all the other cases like this. So if it's like plus plus or plus equal, I could break with a JavaScript break block to escape but not. Is this fail in JavaScript? Break back. Is back. Or out back. Or back out. I'll check this whatever, and then if it needs to escape, it doesn't meet a condition, then break out of the block. And I can like test, stack it up, and call the same function multiple times. And then the only time that it's going to fall through to the final case is when it has finished everything before. But I want to avoid recursion if possible. I don't know if I can do that in JavaScript. And I have to like save this to an enum. Save the enum array. Fuck. It might not be worth avoiding recursion. Oh my god, how is this so laggy? The GPU's at 0%? Nothing is even going on. Why is it so laggy? It takes that much CPU to track a line. Really? Something had to have updated. Oh wait, it's not lag anymore. It's perfectly fine. Alright, so like, I think I'll set up like this. And get this done. Since there's like a base, like identifier for everything, I'll make a base, like an actual base, whatever. Well, the program's actually usable. Alright, so if it's like plus plus, then so it's like plus minus. No, I mean plus equal. These are two separate whatever. Maybe there'd be like 3, 4, 5 whatever cases, depending on whatever it is. The base token. So the rest would go like here. and there's no if before this. This is like the base. And then whenever it matches, or like not matches, it'll check all these. If it matches, there might be one inside of it, and then check, match, and then drop down. Well, I guess it would return in here. So if it's not a plus plus, follow through to plus equal. And then I want to stack it though, because it's still inside the same thing. So I guess I'd push this to the stack to say return to this. And have this continue stack. And if it wasn't any of these, then it would just fall through and not stack. So if this is a plus, so I don't know what I want then, is like this to be the window that it falls through, and then stack it here. Or like return, or continue stacking until it has return. And whenever it stacks, it makes a new stack. It would have to like save this. I'm gonna have to use recursion then. That's not worth it. I need more caffeine. And then, I don't know, whatever. I think I'll whatever do this. So now that this program's actually working, I can actually use it. Actually. It's great to have something that works when it works, until it's not. So the UFT8, UFT16 encoding, or UTF, whatever it is, that needs to be separate from the program. I don't want to deal with encoding in the program, because that fucks up all the checks. That means I gotta check for the encoding along with whatever. So I finally realized that means what I want is to convert everything always to Unicode representation, which is with the U. So convert it always to that. That's what I need. So that means internally, I'm going to just store it as Unicode and just waste 4 bytes. Not going to play games with encoding stuff when it's the same thing. It doesn't save me fucking space. It does, but it doesn't, because it's stupid. I could come up with my own encoding if I want to actually save space. Where did I even put it? I have too many files open. Alright, so like, UFT8, 16, other, it doesn't matter. Turn it into U. Just the plain, non-encoded Unicode. Which I guess is what it is when it says. So that's like the first layer. And then I'll work with everything only in this format. Does JavaScript have so from this format, I gotta fucking convert it. Just get it to the normal UFTF, whatever. Or like the internal value. And then this will be used in the checks. So instead of checking, I'm gonna make these 4-byte characters then. Because I think the max is 4 bytes. So I'll make these all 4-byte chars or whatever. So it can hold any of them. And then it's able to like support whatever the hell is being passed in. So it'll be this. Make it into this. Work with this internally. And then set up like this. We have the outer function, and everything before it can stack, and then only when it reaches the bottom is when it's complete, evaluating whatever the thing was. And that way, anything that's greater than the thing itself. So if it's not just a plus, and there's something after it, then those things will stack. Anything that is just a plus symbol, it won't stack, because it doesn't have to. It'll just be the plus whatever. And I'll work with everything in UF or whatever, this format. But then when outputting, convert it back to like whatever the fuck needs to be. Yeah. I think I need to like make this less generic than I was planning. I need to compromise. And that's what I'm gonna do, I guess. Okay, so like 4 and then 2. Should be 6 length, but it's 3. So it's times 2. So each of these is 2 bytes. If each is 2 bytes, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this length, since it's that whatever, the length of this should be 6. What about this? Does that mean char at returns a 16 byte value? I thought it was 8 bytes. Oh, that's annoying. Alright, so the length of this is 8, technically. Length is 4, result is 2. How does array from no to stop at the end of the code point, but the for loop doesn't? I thought this works the same as a for loop. But it doesn't. But it works. I want a for loop. Because technically, code point at 0, when applied to length of 4, means it should be a for length. Okay, so that's length 4. Okay, how does it know internally to go by code point? The code point changes. Oh my god. So it doesn't use UFT16 encoding. Alright. How does it know to use Unicode code point indexing? That's your result? Really? It is. Alright. So code point at. Oh, that's why. So code point at. It grabs the second part if it's split across two. And then adding to the index like this. Oh my god, you can change the index. I would never do that in a for loop. The whole point of a for loop is to like just set it and leave it, not to modify it. Okay, I guess it makes sense. Oh, I just don't care. What's the point in here if remaining is less than or equals 0? Just wrapping it if. Why would it put that inside the check? It's too funky. Let's do it this way. That's the annoying part. The index goes +1, but the remaining goes minus 2. You can't really optimize anything in JavaScript. Because it's JavaScript. Even in C language. When I convert this to C, I'm gonna have to go through the pain of converting it to C. It's not worth making it byte by byte compatible. So I'll just settle for this. Then at least it's not like a magical mapping function, whatever. Because like converting this to C later, to like C language, be more annoying to like figure out. At least this, it's like UTF-16, or like everything's known to be 16-bit, and it's technically I can just access it the index plus 2 in JavaScript. I mean in C language. Alright, whatever. And they don't work the same. They don't work the same. My God. This thing can't even make a loop. What the hell did it miss? Is this one even working? You know what? I'm gonna stick with the magical fucking whatever. Oh wait, it might be working. I've heard to update the other one. Alright, I don't care anymore. I'm tired of this. Alright, assuming this works. I think it's literally, you know what? Yes. Okay, so man. Everything's gonna be an array. Everything. Well, it's JavaScript, so I'll write it like it's JavaScript. Like crap. So I use that function on the file, and that handles this. And then that means every single one of these is going to be an array. Oh, the program's laggy again. Come on. It was working earlier. So each of these are gonna be an array. I can settle for that. Oh my god. But I can't use that in a case. Nope. Because it's not a... I want to use a switch statement. I'm not going to be able to now. And then each comparison will need to be an array. Comparison. Alright. That's what it is. That way though, I'll get this. And it's that simple. Because I guess text encoding is going to have to be part of it. And that's not worth optimizing. So every single thing is going to end up being an array. With the value in it. Do I just make smart pointers? Is that what this is going towards? That's fun. I love smart pointers. They're very smart. So like, I want to like avoid I'm just going to like make some shitty code. Well, that like depends on like what you consider shitty. Alright, so the main file is going to end up being an array. Man, this program is not it was working earlier, and now it's not. Is it because I made it full screen? Oh my god, it is. Shit. Don't know how to make a fucking program. Alright, it works perfectly fine. I just need to not. Oh no. It depends on the size of the window. Okay. Can you handle a window this big? No, it can't. What about this big? Nope. Does it have anything to do with the window size? I'm not sure now. I think it's like after you resize it back to not being full screen. That's what makes it not laggy. This is very inconsistent for being a bug. Alright, so now it's laggy. It's very laggy. As I'm like drawing and it's like not keeping up. Alright, so I'm gonna make a full screen and then back to the size. Alright, so now it is still extremely laggy. I'm gonna make a right angle and it ends up like a curve because it can't make a right angle because it's so laggy. Alright, I'm gonna resize it and then make a right angle. It's still laggy. Now it's not laggy. Alright, that's the trick. You gotta go full screen and then unfull screen. And then it's smooth. It doesn't have anything to do with the GPU or the size of the window. It has something to do with the focus mode. Alright. Hooray. Well, now it's usable. Oh my god. You know what? Yeah. It's buffering the input or something. And if I draw too fast, too much, it gets chonky. This is very poorly written. I think they're using JavaScript to process the live text input. That's probably the problem. Literally probably what's going on. Just gotta take a break between writing characters. Along with the resize trick. This is the world we live in. It's 2026. Pretty much every single program is not fully functional. Because the environment itself is developer hell. And it's developer hell because whoever's developing this stuff, this environment, they're all idiots. Because if they weren't idiots, then we would not be in developer hell. Except we're in developer hell. Because they are idiots. Otherwise, I'd be able to resize this and not have that error. This is ridiculous. It might not even have anything to do with this program. It might just be the way Linux or whatever layer that's doing it. Everything's so annoying. Alright, so this is the main file then. Each of these will be 4 bytes in an array. After I run this or whatever, and I don't care, it's close enough. I don't want to actually convert the bytes, so this way I don't have to. It just magically does it. As long as I'm at the correct byte for the base, which is always 16 bits or whatever, it's fine. This. So this works. So this is gonna go, this function. Gonna go right here. And it's laggy again. And then I'll use this function. I gotta make an inverse to convert it back. That's cool. Alright, so we'll go there and there. So in between, it's in the array of word size t, which is 4 bytes. Alright. I think I'll convert all these into a big table, all the symbols to find. So I'll make oh, it's laggy again. Oh my god. It has to be a buffer problem. They must be buffering stuff and then delaying it. And they're doing a bunch of work. It's probably the garbage collector. Damn. So annoying. So I'll make one big array of all of these. I'll do like, I don't know, like compare whatever. And it's so laggy. Push. And then like 2. Well, it wouldn't actually be push. It'd be like, I'd have to like actually append it. Make the length longer. Like 2 code points, whatever. Oh my god, it's so laggy. except pushing would set the array inside the array. So I'd use like append or fucking whatever it said. Man, the CPU is gonna explode. It is freaking noisy as hell. How much processing power could it possibly take to compute the bare minimum? We're talking like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe like 20 bounding boxes. And the CPU's going. I shouldn't need a freaking Ryzen 5 to run this program. It's not doing that much work. It's retarded. Well, that's my opinion. My software is going to run on a first gen i7 and a Ryzen 7. You know, the fucking 64-bit x86. The fucking like, oh, it's not the newest CPU, therefore it's not gonna run. Dumbest shit. In my opinion. Alright, so I wanna like make a compare array, whatever, and push them all into one array. This will be a flat array of 4-byte integers. I'll make a smart pointer. Oh my god, this is so laggy. Or what's it called, the span in Unity? Or C#. This couldn't be more laggy. Like, seriously, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's taking way too long. I'm gonna have to like use the other computer to use this program and to flip the monitor. This is not even possible. I'm going to lose my mind if I have to wait between every... Oh my god. Alright, so what I was getting at is that these are two separate arrays. This is a file. This is case array. I don't know, whatever these are. I'm testing for to test for the lexical parser, whatever cases. So all lexical cases go into a single array. I use a smart pointer or whatever. So I can pass in this or this. As the array or object for the span. And then the index and length to pick the index within which one, and then the length. And that'll cut down to the memory and mean I can compare two things using the same structure. And that's not as bad as what I was going to do. This is still sucks though. I'll make like smart pointers, and then the smart pointers will be easy to like destroy and stuff. Or like, I don't know, the JavaScript engine should be able to handle that. Because it'll be like, file text. Object. How do I write that again? Is it IL or AL? So like plus equal times or multiply. So is 0, 1, 2, and then length 1. And then is 0, 1, or 1 and then length 2. And that way I don't gotta deal with null, or well, null will be length is 0 for this. And then I don't gotta deal with like characters that are not actually characters, or like whatever cases. This way I have like a fixed domain, whatever. Or not pure functions, but like pure data, whatever. And in that way, so like this is like extra steps. I don't want to do this, but it's better. So then this goes to here, and then it's 0 and 2 length. And this goes to here, it's 0 and 1 length, and then a 1 and then 1 length, and then 2 and then 1 length. And then they're all using whatever this is as a base. And then these are just ints. So I can set this or delete it, whatever. And then the JavaScript engine should be able to like actually garbage collect correctly. And I shouldn't have leaks. Because lots of times I end up with leaks because I like do something clever and then something can't be freed. Because JavaScript is shit. I hate this shit. Alright, so that way everything will be the structure. Like a span or whatever. And I'll make a compare span. Alright, that's it. I gotta make a pen span, compare span. Oh, it's laggy. Or test, no compare. I'll make a new span. I'll have it return the outermost object. So to make a new lexical case span, I'll just pass in nothing. It'll be empty. And I'll use like a pen span to append to it. And then when I use new span, I'll pass in the file text. And I'll make the whole span. I don't think I need remove span. I'm gonna try to not use remove span. Span, not span. So I think that's as simple as you can get it. So I'll handle all these inside here. All I gotta do is make sure it's stacking correctly. Almost done. And I can like write it up. I hate JavaScript. could. You know what? I'm leaving it. But I do gotta add. Oh, I gotta burp. Or puke. Something like that. Oh, heartburn. Or an ulcer. I don't know. I'm pretty stressed. I'm gonna add a domain or something, or a namespace, or just a token, or like an int. The tagging is separate, cause like equality, and I want like absolute equality also to have like a secondary equality test for like yeah. And then this could be a string. I mean, it's literally a string. But then I gotta like, well then I'll end up making strings in. I'll have to like convert back and forth. And that's very slow in JavaScript. So I'll leave it as an array and just access within it. Yup. Hopefully that's like 90% of it solved for. And I'll just let last 10%. I wish I could copy this, take a screenshot or like a snapshot, and then paste it into text editor. And look at it as reference, be like, oh, that's it. And scroll back down, but no. It's 2026. And you can't do that. You gotta save a separate image, and then you gotta like look to the image, and then go back to the text file. Because it's 2026. And that's not possible. Because it's 2026. Because everything's run by idiots. And since it's run by idiots, no one thought, you know what would be useful? Being able to put a picture of notes inside a text file. And then have the compiler go, oh, I'm going to skip over these notes because it's not text when it compiles it. It would also be useful to have a freaking like Excel spreadsheet inside text editor. But no, it's 2026 and we don't have an Excel spreadsheet in the text editor. Why don't we have that? Because whoever's running this stuff, bunch of fucking idiots. They're not even retarded. I mean, I think you gotta be like genetically tested or like whatever to be retarded. They're just idiots. Being an idiot is worse than being a retard. Everything's dumb as hell. Why am I writing this in JavaScript? That's retarded. Alright, that's enough complaining. Freaking suck it up like your mom. And get this done. Unless your mom's your dad. Well, in that case, there's still sucking involved. So let's see, across pronoun insult. If people still go by pronouns. I thought that kind of ended. I hope it did. This is insane. It's just like this fucking like Unicode encoding. There's no point for damn pronouns. Nobody has time for that shit. You got a penis or you don't. You don't need the extra like, well, even though I have a penis or I don't. Also, yada yada yada. Everything could be so simple if they're not idiotic. I think people side with idiots because they feel sorry for them. And then they're like, God damn, why do you feel sorry for the idiot? They're an idiot. Why am I doing this gender thing? This is stupid. And then they'll like dump it. I want to dump V8. This thing is terrible. I get my engine done so I can dump it. Everything sucks. Did the stream just die? I don't know if the stream died. Windows is garbage. Alright, so like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna make like a span, a slice, and a list. And the span will be like UN32. The slice will be the collection of spans. And then the list will be like a collection of slices. And then I'll be able to put the alphabet letters, like A through Z, whatever. Well, I guess lowercase. All of them inside a single span. So all like lowercase letters in the span. And then the slice will hold each letter individually. And then the list will hold each slice. And then I can group and organize. Because like I lose the ability to have like a simple array, but it also needs to be like reorganizable. And I have to like, I don't want to make memory leaks in JavaScript, because if you make certain like data structures, it can't always free the memory. So if set up this way, it should work. I'm pretty sure I'm sick, so I don't even know if the stream's working. Windows is garbage. The screen just went black. I turned on the other computer, and then now it's like something crashed into Windows, because like, I don't know, the monitor reconnected, and then if that somehow killed OBS if it's even running. So I'm like, I don't know, I'll just like set this stuff up. There's no point really making it how to, unless you get more subscribers. And then like, I don't know, yeah, I'll just like get done to describe it after. And if I get done quicker, it'll get me quicker to my goal, which is like put Microsoft out of business. So actually, it's probably a good thing. So like, I don't know, make computing products. So I can like compete with Microsoft. If I'm like, I don't know, like streaming and like doing how to. So like, I don't know, YouTube. It kind of like conflict of interest. My main goal is to get this stuff done and then put Microsoft out of business. Like if they say like if you say something like 3 times, it kind of like makes point. I think I said like 4 times. So I'm gonna put Microsoft out of business. What I mean by put Microsoft out of business is, I mean, the government won't be able to back them up. That's how much money they're gonna lose. Like they're gonna go out of business. Like gone. Like no more Microsoft. It's actually surprising they made it this long. It's because no one's competing. Because like the world's full of idiots and no one's gonna compete. So like making how-to videos on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna like put YouTube out of business too. Because YouTube is a crooked, biased, disgusting company. Not YouTube, like Alphabet that owns Google, that owns YouTube. Just the whole chain of them. Just they're no benefit to the economy or like just in general. But that's like after Microsoft, because like they say you gotta like pick your enemies wisely or whatever. So like picking Microsoft as an enemy, that'd be very very wise. So like who wouldn't pick Microsoft? That's why it's best to pick Microsoft first. The easiest, whatever. Like the weakest link. So like on my list of things to do, it kind of diverges, whatever. This doesn't directly relate to like getting competing products done. So I don't know, if I get more subscribers and stuff, I can do how-tos. But at this point, I should just focus on this. So I'm gonna like finish this up, I guess. I don't even know if it's working. I think it's working. I plugged in the headphones to the back, and like it sounds like it's running. I just can't see anything. So I don't know. I'm gonna like let time out, whatever. I might skip streaming tomorrow. I'm like my throat is so raw. I'm pretty sure I got a freaking cold or something. There's only so much time in a day. I really gotta get to this. Microsoft needs to go. Like, I don't know, yeah. Microsoft has gotta go. Just need competing products. And I'm getting there. I'm gonna compete so fucking hard. So I don't know, like, I'm gonna let this time out. I think it's working. Peace. Yeah, no, I don't know if it's working. I hope it's working because I just wasted time fucking. Damn it.